I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing water treatment plant operator during a routine overnight shift, a disappearance that unfolded inside a facility designed for constant monitoring and control, yet in a span of time so ordinary that nothing immediately appeared out of place. In the early months of 2019, a municipal water treatment plant on the outskirts of Sacramento, California operated through the night with a reduced staff, relying on automated systems and periodic manual checks to maintain flow, pressure, and filtration levels. Among those assigned to the overnight rotation was 42-year-old operator James Porter, a technician with more than 10 years of experience managing system controls and responding to irregular readings. His responsibilities included monitoring digital panels, inspecting mechanical components, and logging system updates at regular intervals, all of which were recorded through a centralized control system. On the night of January 26th, James began his shift just before 10 p.m., taking over from the previous operator and reviewing system status reports. Over the next several hours, his activity logs showed a consistent pattern of checks and adjustments, each entry time stamped and aligned with normal operations. At approximately 2:14 a.m., he recorded a routine inspection of a filtration unit located in a secondary processing area, a section of the facility that required physical access and was not continuously staffed. That entry would become his last. When a next scheduled system check was not logged, the control center flagged it as a delay, but not immediately as a problem. Minor lapses in manual logging were not uncommon, especially during overnight hours when staffing was limited. However, as additional checks went unrecorded and attempts to reach James by internal communication systems failed, concern began to grow. By early morning, supervisors initiated a search of the facility. James's workstation in the control room appeared undisturbed. His identification badge, however, was not present, indicating he had left the immediate area. When investigators moved toward the secondary processing section, where his last log had been recorded, they began to notice irregularities that did not align with routine inspection activity. Near a maintenance platform adjacent to the filtration unit, forensic technicians identified faint traces of blood along a railing and on the concrete surface below. The markings were subtle and not visible without detailed examination, but sufficient to confirm that an incident had occurred in that location. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to James Porter. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on access to the facility during the relevant time frame. Entry logs showed that only a limited number of personnel had been present overnight. Among them was a contracted maintenance technician named Victor Hale, who had been assigned to perform equipment checks in a separate section of the plant. Hale's access records indicated movement between multiple areas of the facility during the same window in which James's activity ceased. When questioned, Hale stated that he had been performing routine maintenance tasks and had not encountered James during his shift. His explanation appeared consistent with his assigned duties, but discrepancies began to emerge when investigators compared his movement logs with the facility layout. Records showed that he had accessed the secondary processing area despite having no assigned work there that night. Surveillance within the plant was limited to key entry points and exterior zones, but one camera positioned near a service corridor captured Hale entering the area leading toward the filtration unit shortly before James's final log entry. There is no corresponding footage showing him leaving through the same route within the expected time frame. A search warrant executed on Hale's vehicle provided additional evidence. Forensic teams identified trace materials consistent with the plant environment, including residue unique to the filtration area. More significantly, they had faint biological traces in the cargo area that had been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of James's blood. During a second interview, investigators presented the collected evidence, aligning access records, surveillance footage, and forensic findings into a clear sequence. As the timeline became increasingly defined, Hale's account began to change. He admitted to entering the secondary processing area and encountering James near the filtration unit, stating that a disagreement had occurred regarding equipment access and procedures. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the confined industrial space. The limited visibility and isolated nature of the area provided conditions where the incident could occur without immediate detection. What followed was a series of actions that extended beyond the initial encounter, involving movement through service corridors and a use of access points not regularly monitored. It required additional questioning before Hale disclosed where he had taken him, leading investigators to a location outside the facility where evidence confirmed the outcome of the case. At trial, the prosecution focused on the integration of digital logs, physical evidence, and movement patterns within the plant, demonstrating how each element contributed to a structured reconstruction of events. Victor Hale was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked at the facility, the case altered how routine activity was perceived, showing that even in an environment defined by constant monitoring, the most critical moment can occur in a space between systems, where human presence is assumed but not immediately verified, and where a single missing entry can carry more weight than hours of recorded normalcy. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, the New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The story shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Turner Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight. But the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The #MeToo movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing warehouse inventory controller during a routine overnight audit. A disappearance that did not trigger immediate concern because the system he worked within continued to function exactly as expected, even as something had already gone wrong inside it. In the winter of 2021, a large distribution warehouse outside Chicago, Illinois operated through the night to process incoming shipments and prepare outgoing freight for early morning dispatch. The facility relied heavily on digital inventory systems, barcode tracking, and scheduled audits to ensure accuracy across thousands of items moving in and out each day. Among those responsible for maintaining that accuracy was 40-year-old inventory controller Marcus Levin, a detail-focused employee whose job required him to verify stock levels, investigate discrepancies, and log corrections directly into the system. His work often took place during overnight hours when the warehouse was less crowded and interruptions were minimal. On the night of December 14th, Marcus began his shift shortly before 11 p.m., logging into the inventory system and reviewing a list of flagged discrepancies that required physical verification. Over the next several hours, his activity was recorded consistently as he moved through different sections of the warehouse, scanning items, updating counts, and resolving mismatches between recorded and actual stock. Each action was time-stamped, creating a precise digital record of his movements. At approximately 2:08 a.m., Marcus logged an entry indicating he was moving to a secondary storage zone located toward the rear of the warehouse, an area used for overflow inventory and less frequently accessed materials. That zone had limited foot traffic during overnight hours and was partially shielded from the main operational floor by tall shelving units. That entry would become the last record of his activity. When Marcus failed to log further updates, it did not immediately raise concern. The system continued to process orders, and other workers remained focused on their assigned tasks. It was only toward the end of the shift, when unresolved discrepancies remained in the system and Marcus could not be located, that supervisors began to take notice. Attempts to reach him by phone were unsuccessful, and a search of the warehouse was initiated. His handheld scanner was found resting on a pallet in the secondary storage zone, still powered on and connected to the system. Nearby, his clipboard and identification badge were also located, suggesting that he had not intended to leave the area for long. At first glance, there were no obvious signs of disturbance, but a detailed forensic examination revealed subtle indications that something had occurred. Along the concrete floor near the base of a shelving unit, technicians identified faint traces of blood that were not visible under normal lighting conditions. The markings extended slightly along a narrow path between storage racks, indicating movement within that confined space. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to Marcus Levin. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on who had been present in that section of the warehouse during the relevant time frame. Access within the facility was controlled through employee badges, and movement of forklifts and equipment was logged through internal tracking systems. Records showed that a forklift assigned to a worker named Stephen Cole had been operating in the same secondary storage zone at approximately the same time Marcus had last logged activity. Cole was a contract employee responsible for moving pallets between sections of the warehouse. When questioned, he stated that he had been performing routine tasks and had not interacted with Marcus during the shift. His explanation appeared consistent with his assigned duties, but discrepancies began to emerge when investigators compared equipment logs with his reported movements. The forklift assigned to Cole had remained in the secondary zone longer than required for the tasks he described, and its recorded path overlapped directly with the area where Marcus's scanner had been found. Additionally, a review of surveillance footage from the main warehouse floor showed Cole entering the secondary zone shortly before Marcus's final system entry, but there was no corresponding footage of him exiting within the expected time frame. A search warrant executed on Cole's locker and vehicle uncovered further evidence. Forensic teams traced materials consistent with the secondary storage area, along with faint biological traces that had been partially cleaned from the interior of his vehicle. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of Marcus's blood. During a second interview, investigators presented the sequence of evidence, aligning inventory logs, equipment tracking data, and forensic findings into a cohesive timeline. As the structure of events became clearer, Cole's initial account began to shift. He admitted to encountering Marcus in the secondary storage zone, stating that a dispute had arisen regarding inventory discrepancies and misplaced goods. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the confined aisles of the warehouse, where visibility was limited by tall shelving and noise from distant operations masked any disturbance. What followed involved the use of equipment and access routes that allowed movement without immediate detection, taking advantage of the scale and complexity of the facility. It required extended questioning before Cole disclosed where he had taken him, leading investigators to a location outside the warehouse where evidence confirmed the outcome of the case. At trial, the prosecution focused on the integration of digital systems and physical evidence, demonstrating how inventory logs, equipment tracking, and forensic analysis combined to reconstruct events that had occurred in a space where thousands of movements take place every night. Stephen Cole was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked in large-scale logistics, the case highlighted how systems designed to track objects with precision can still depend on human presence to interpret what those movements mean, and how a single unexplained gap in activity can reveal far more than hours of routine operations that appear perfectly in order on the surface. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the Church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing night shift data center technician, a disappearance that took place inside a building designed for constant uptime and redundancy, where systems were built to prevent failure, yet something happened that no backup could immediately explain. In the middle of 2022, a large data center facility on the outskirts of Phoenix, Arizona operated without interruption, housing rows of servers that powered corporate networks, cloud storage, and digital infrastructure for companies that depended on continuous availability. The building was highly controlled, with restricted access points, biometric verification, and detailed logging of every entry into sensitive areas. Among the technicians assigned to overnight maintenance was 35-year-old Daniel Reyes, a specialist responsible for monitoring server performance, replacing faulty hardware, and responding to alerts generated by the system. Daniel's work required him to move through multiple secured zones within the facility, each entry recorded through badge scans and biometric confirmation. His tasks were scheduled through a centralized system that logged his progress and ensured accountability across every action he performed. On the night of June 18th, he began his shift shortly before 11 p.m., reviewing system alerts and preparing for routine maintenance checks that had been scheduled during low-traffic hours. Over the next several hours, his activity logs showed a consistent pattern of movement between server aisles, equipment bays, and monitoring stations. Each task was recorded precisely, reflecting the structured nature of the environment. At approximately 2:52 a.m., Daniel logged a maintenance check in a high-density server zone located toward the rear of the facility, an area with restricted access due to the sensitivity of the equipment and the need for controlled environmental conditions. That entry would become his last. When Daniel failed to log subsequent checks, it did not immediately trigger alarm because automated systems continued to operate normally. The servers maintained uptime. Alerts were handled through backup protocols, and no immediate disruptions were detected. It was only when the next technician arrived for the morning shift and noticed incomplete maintenance tasks that attention shifted toward Daniel's absence. His workstation in the central control area was undisturbed, but his badge activity showed that he had not exited the building. A review of access logs indicated that his last recorded movement was into the high-density server zone where his final task had been logged. A search of that area was initiated. Inside the server zone, the environment appeared unchanged at first glance. Rows of equipment operated normally. Airflow systems maintained temperature, and there were no signs of damage to infrastructure. However, a closer forensic examination revealed faint traces of blood along the edge of a server rack and on the floor beneath it. The markings were subtle and partially obscured by the industrial setting, but sufficient to confirm that an incident had occurred. Laboratory analysis later confirmed that the blood belonged to Daniel Reyes. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on access to that restricted zone during the relevant time frame. Entry records showed that only a small number of individuals had authorization to enter, including a contract systems engineer named Nathan Cole, who had been assigned to perform upgrades on adjacent equipment. Cole's access logs indicated that he had entered the same server zone approximately 15 minutes before Daniel's final recorded task. When questioned, Cole stated that he had completed his assigned work and left the area without encountering Daniel. His explanation aligned with his work order, but discrepancies began to emerge when investigators compared his access logs with system timestamps. His exit from the zone occurred later than expected, and his movement through other parts of the facility suggested additional time spent in the restricted area. Surveillance within the server zones was limited to protect sensitive operations, but cameras at entry points showed Cole entering the area and later exiting alone. The absence of Daniel from any exit footage raised further concern. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Cole's personal belongings and vehicle. Inside his vehicle, forensic teams had trace amounts of biological material that had been partially cleaned. Additional examination revealed fibers consistent with materials used in the server environment, including anti-static flooring components unique to that specific zone. Laboratory testing confirmed that the biological traces matched Daniel. During a second interview, investigators presented the evidence in sequence, outlining a timeline that placed Cole in direct proximity to Daniel at the critical moment. As the structure of events became increasingly difficult to dispute, Cole's account began to change. He admitted to encountering Daniel in the server zone, stating that a disagreement had occurred regarding access to equipment and the handling of system upgrades. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the confined space between server racks, where noise from cooling systems and restricted visibility limited the chance of immediate detection. What followed involved movement within a controlled environment designed for machines rather than people, allowing actions to occur without immediate interruption from outside observation. It required extended questioning before Cole disclosed the location where he had taken him, leading investigators to an off-site area where evidence confirmed the outcome. At trial, the prosecution focused on the interplay between digital records and physical evidence, demonstrating how access logs, system timestamps, and forensic analysis combined to reconstruct a sequence of events inside a facility where every second of operation was otherwise accounted for. Nathan Cole was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked in environments built around redundancy and fail-safe systems, the case highlighted a different kind of vulnerability, one that did not come from technical failure, but from the assumption that controlled access alone could prevent misuse, showing that even in a place where every process is monitored, the most critical moment can still occur outside the awareness of the systems designed to watch it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who weaponized motherhood, about a community that rallied around tragedy, and about how sympathy can become the most dangerous addiction when someone craves it desperately enough. In the small town of Wanacue, New Jersey, during the 1970s and 1980s, one family seemed cursed by unimaginable misfortune. Mary Beth Tinning's children kept passing away, one after another, from mysterious illnesses and sudden medical emergencies that baffled doctors. Friends and neighbors gathered around the grieving mother, offering support and sympathy as she endured loss after devastating loss. No one suspected that Mary Beth herself was causing these tragedies, ending her own children's lives to maintain a steady flow of attention and compassion that made her feel important for the first time in her life. This is the story of Mary Beth Tinning, who between 1972 and 1985 ended the lives of 9 of her own children through suffocation and induced medical crises. She created emergencies that required hospitalization, presenting herself as a devoted mother fighting to save her babies while she was actually the cause of their suffering. Her conviction in 1987 for the passing of her final child exposed one of the most disturbing cases ever documented and revealed how desperately some people need attention, even when obtaining it requires destroying what they should love most. Mary Beth Rowe was born on September 11th, 1942, in Duanesburg, New York. Her childhood was characterized by profound emotional neglect that left lasting psychological damage. Her father struggled with substance issues and was largely absent from family life. Her mother was cold and emotionally unavailable, providing basic physical care but showing no warmth, affection, or interest in her daughter's emotional needs. Mary Beth grew up feeling invisible and worthless. At school, she struggled academically not because she lacked intelligence, but because her unmet emotional needs made it impossible to focus on learning. She had few friends and spent most of her time alone, developing fantasies about being special or important in some way. She desperately craved recognition and sympathy, but had no healthy way to obtain either. She married Joseph Tinning in 1965. Joseph was a stable, reliable man who worked for General Electric and provided financial security. They settled in Schenectady, New York, and began having children. For Mary Beth, motherhood seemed like an opportunity to finally have someone who would need her to be important to someone. But she quickly discovered that healthy, thriving children did not generate the attention she craved. In January 1972, Mary Beth's 8-day-old daughter, Jennifer, passed away from what doctors determined was meningitis and pulmonary edema. The death appeared natural and tragic. The community responded with an outpouring of sympathy and support. For perhaps the first time in her life, Mary Beth was the center of attention, with people calling, visiting, and expressing care and concern. The experience was intoxicating and fulfilling in a way nothing else had ever been. Just 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth's 2-year-old son, Joseph, passed away suddenly. Doctors attributed it to cardiac arrest related to a previous illness. 2 children gone within 3 weeks seemed impossibly tragic, but medical professionals accepted Mary Beth's explanations. The community rallied even more strongly around the mother who had suffered such terrible losses. Mary Beth received more sympathy, more attention, more people treating her as someone special and worthy of care. What no one realized was that Mary Beth had discovered a terrible way to get what she needed psychologically. By harming her children and creating medical crises, she could generate situations where doctors, nurses, neighbors, and family members would focus entirely on her. She was no longer invisible or unimportant. She mattered. Over the next 13 years, 7 more of Mary Beth's children would pass away under circumstances that should have raised immediate suspicion. Barbara passed at age 4.5. Timothy passed at 3 weeks old. Nathan passed at 5 months. Mary Frances passed at 3 months. Jonathan passed at 3 months. Michael passed at 2.5 weeks. Each time, doctors accepted that these were tragic but natural occurrences, not recognizing the impossible statistical pattern. Mary Beth's method was primarily suffocation. She would smother her babies with pillows or blankets, cutting off their air supply. Sometimes she would partially suffocate them to create medical emergencies that required hospitalization, extending the period of attention she received. Other times, she would end their lives outright, then present their bodies as victims of sudden infant death syndrome or other natural causes. She carefully managed the timing of these tragedies. She would wait until the sympathy from one loss had begun to fade, then create a new crisis with another child. She spaced the incidents to maximize the attention she received while avoiding raising immediate red flags. She was methodical in maintaining the flow of care and concern that had become psychologically necessary for her. Some medical professionals did become concerned over the years. After several passings, doctors made notes in records questioning whether something unusual was occurring in the Tinning family. But in the early 1980s, awareness of Munchausen syndrome by proxy was extremely limited in the medical community. The concept that a mother would systematically harm her own children for attention seemed too monstrous to seriously consider, especially when Mary Beth appeared so devoted and distraught. The pattern finally became impossible to ignore in December 1985, when 3-month-old Tammy Lynn was brought to the hospital unconscious. Medical staff revived her initially, but she passed away the following day. This time, a physician assistant named Linda Anderson refused to accept another unexplained infant death in the Tinning family. She pushed for investigation, reviewing the family's history and recognizing that the pattern was statistically impossible to explain through natural causes. When confronted by police, Mary Beth's carefully maintained facade crumbled. She confessed to smothering Tammy Lynn, claiming the baby had been crying and she wanted her to stop. She denied harming her other children, but investigators and prosecutors did not believe her given the overwhelming pattern of deaths spanning 13 years. Mary Beth was arrested and charged. Her trial in 1987 focused primarily on Tammy Lynn's passing, as it was the only case with a confession and recent evidence. Prosecutors argued she had ended all 9 children's lives for attention, but they could only prove the most recent case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how caregivers harm those in their care to gain sympathy and attention. They described how Mary Beth's desperate need for recognition had overridden maternal instinct. The statistical impossibility of 9 children in one family passing for various causes was presented as evidence of systematic harm rather than tragic misfortune. On July 17, 1987, Mary Beth Tinning was convicted and sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times, most recently in 2019, and remains incarcerated in New York. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a tragedy that sparked a movement, about a family's unimaginable loss, and about how one child's disappearance changed how America protects its children forever. On the morning of May 25th, 1979, in Lower Manhattan, 6-year-old Etten Patz left his family's apartment to walk 2 blocks to his school bus stop. It was the first time his parents had allowed him to make the short walk alone. Etten was excited about this new independence, wearing his favorite blue captain's hat and carrying $1 to buy soda after school. His mother watched from the fire escape as he walked toward the corner, then went back inside to prepare for her day. Etten never made it to the bus stop. He vanished somewhere along those 2 blocks, disappearing into the crowded streets of New York City without a trace. This is the story of Etten Patz, the 6-year-old boy whose disappearance became one of the most famous missing child cases in American history. For decades, his case remained unsolved, tormenting his family and haunting a nation. His face appeared on milk cartons, creating a new way to spread awareness about missing children. May 25th, the day he disappeared, became National Missing Children's Day. His case changed how parents thought about their children's safety and led to new systems for finding missing kids. In 2012, 33 years after Etten vanished, a man named Pedro Hernandez confessed to ending the child's life, finally providing answers to questions that had tormented a family for over 3 decades. Etten Khalil Patz was born on October 9th, 1972, in Manhattan, New York. He was the middle child of Stan and Julie Patz, growing up in the Soho neighborhood when it was still primarily an industrial area with artist lofts rather than the upscale shopping district it would later become. Etten was described as a bright, friendly child who loved adventure and was eager to grow up and be independent like his older sister. The Patz family lived in a close-knit community where neighbors knew each other and children played together in the streets. This sense of community made the area feel safe, and parents generally felt comfortable allowing their children some independence. The walk to the school bus stop was short, just 2 blocks, and Etten had been begging his parents to let him walk alone like the older kids did. On that Friday morning in May, Julie Patz finally agreed to let Etten make the walk alone. She watched from the fire escape as he headed down Prince Street toward West Broadway, seeing him reach the corner before she went back inside. When Etten did not come home from school that afternoon, Julie initially thought perhaps he had gone to a friend's house. But as hours passed and Etten did not appear, growing panic set in. By evening, the Patz family had contacted police and begun searching the neighborhood. Officers initially treated it as a routine runaway case, suggesting Etten might have wandered off or gotten lost. But Julie and Stan knew immediately that something terrible had happened. Etten was not the type of child to wander away, and he knew their address and phone number. If he were simply lost, he would have asked for help. The search expanded rapidly. Police canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing residents and business owners. Volunteers distributed flyers with Etten's photograph throughout Manhattan. The media picked up the story, and Etten's face began appearing on television news broadcasts. The case captured public attention in ways that missing children cases rarely had before. Investigators pursued countless leads. They searched buildings, questioned potential witnesses, and investigated anyone who might have been in the area that morning. But no solid evidence emerged. Etten had simply vanished, leaving no trace. Without witnesses, physical evidence, or any clear indication of what had happened, the investigation stalled. One person who was questioned early in the investigation was Pedro Hernandez, a 19-year-old who worked at a bodega on the route Etten would have walked to the bus stop. Pedro told police he had been at work that morning and had seen nothing unusual. Investigators had no reason to focus on him specifically, and he was just one of many people interviewed during the massive canvass of the neighborhood. Years passed with no breaks in the case. The Patz family never moved from their Soho apartment, maintaining the same phone number in case Etten tried to contact them. They kept his room exactly as it had been the morning he disappeared. Stan and Julie became advocates for missing children, working to change laws and improve systems for finding missing kids. Etten's case became a symbol of the missing children crisis in America. His photograph appeared on milk cartons beginning in the early 1980s, a practice that spread nationwide and brought awareness to thousands of missing children cases. In 1983, President Reagan designated May 25th as National Missing Children's Day in Etton's honor. The case prompted changes in how law enforcement handles missing children reports and led to better coordination between agencies. In 2012, 33 years after Etton's disappearance, the case suddenly broke open. Pedro Hernandez, now 51 years old and living in New Jersey, told family members and others that he had done something terrible years ago. Someone who heard these statements contacted authorities, and investigators began looking at Pedro with fresh attention. When questioned by police, Pedro confessed. He said that on the morning of May 25th, 1979, he had been working at the bodega when Etton came in or passed by. Pedro, who was 19 at the time and struggling with his own issues, had lured Etton into the basement of the store with the promise of a soda. Once in the basement, Pedro had strangled the child, then placed his body in a bag and disposed of it with the trash. He claimed he had carried this secret for over 3 decades, the guilt consuming him. Pedro's confession was detailed and included information that seemed to match the case. However, there were complications. Pedro had a history of mental health issues and had made false confessions to other crimes in the past. There was no physical evidence to corroborate his account, as Etton's body was never recovered. The basement where Pedro claimed the crime occurred had been renovated multiple times over 33 years. Pedro was arrested and charged. His case went to trial in 2015, but the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors tried him again in 2017. This time, the jury convicted Pedro of taking Etton's life, finding his confession credible despite the lack of physical evidence. On April 18, 2017, Pedro Hernandez was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The conviction brought some measure of closure to the Pats family, though Stan and Julie made clear that nothing could truly close the wound of losing their son. They had lived for 38 years not knowing what had happened to Etton, hoping he might somehow still be alive while fearing the worst. Pedro's confession and conviction confirmed their worst fears, but also answered the terrible question that had haunted them for decades. Etton Pats was 6 years old when he vanished on a spring morning in 1979. He was excited about walking to the bus stop alone, proud of his growing independence, looking forward to buying a soda and going to school. Instead, he encountered someone who took advantage of his trust and innocence, ending his life and hiding the crime. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing late-night radio technician inside a broadcasting station. A disappearance that did not interrupt the signal going out to thousands of listeners, but instead unfolded quietly behind the scenes, hidden within a place where sound never stops even when something else does. In the autumn of 2020, a regional radio station in Portland, Oregon operated around the clock, broadcasting music, talk segments, and recorded programming through the night, with only a small technical staff overseeing the equipment. Among those working the overnight shift was 38-year-old technician Aaron Delgado, a specialist responsible for maintaining transmission systems, monitoring audio quality, and responding to any interruptions in the broadcast chain. His work was structured but mobile, requiring him to move between the main control room, equipment racks, and signal monitoring areas spread throughout the building. On the night of October 3rd, Aaron began his shift just before midnight, taking over from the previous technician and reviewing system diagnostics. Over the next several hours, everything operated normally. Broadcast logs showed uninterrupted output, audio levels remained stable, and system checks were recorded at regular intervals. At approximately 2:36 a.m., Aaron logged a routine inspection of a secondary equipment room located at the far end of a service corridor, an area that housed backup transmission hardware and was not frequently visited during a standard shift. That entry would become the last confirmed record of his activity. When a next scheduled system check was not logged, it did not immediately raise alarm because the broadcast itself continued without interruption. Automated systems were capable of maintaining output for extended periods, masking the absence of manual oversight. It was only closer to morning when a day shift technician arrived and found the control room unattended that concern began to take shape. Aaron's headset was resting near the console, and his access badge was missing, indicating he had left the immediate area. His personal phone, however, was still on the desk. A search of the building began, focusing first on the secondary equipment room, where his last log had been recorded. The room itself appeared undisturbed at first glance. Equipment racks were operational, indicator lights steady, and there were no signs of forced entry. However, a closer forensic examination revealed faint traces of blood along the edge of a metal panel and on the floor near the rear of the room. The markings were subtle, partially obscured by the industrial surfaces, but enough to confirm that an incident had taken place. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to Aaron Delgado. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on access to the station during the overnight hours. Entry logs showed a limited number of individuals present in the building, including a contracted systems installer named Brian Keller, who had been scheduled to perform updates on auxiliary equipment in a different section of the station. Keller had access to multiple technical areas, including the secondary equipment room. When questioned, Keller stated that he had been working independently on assigned tasks and had not encountered Aaron during the night. His explanation appeared consistent with his role, but discrepancies emerged when investigators compared his access records with the timeline of events. Logs showed that he had entered the same equipment room shortly before Aaron's final system check, and his recorded movements within the building extended into areas not listed in his work assignment. Surveillance footage within the station was limited to entry points and main corridors, but one camera captured Keller moving through the service corridor, leading toward the equipment room at approximately 2:28 a.m., shortly before Aaron's final log entry. There was no clear footage of him exiting that area within the expected time frame. A search warrant executed on Keller's vehicle and temporary workspace revealed additional evidence. Forensic teams trace materials consistent with the equipment room environment, along with faint biological traces that had been partially cleaned from a set of tools and storage containers. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of Aaron's blood. During a second interview, investigators presented the sequence of evidence, aligning access logs, surveillance movement, and forensic findings into a structured timeline. As the details became increasingly difficult to reconcile with his initial account, Keller's explanation began to change. He admitted to encountering Aaron in the equipment room, stating that a disagreement had occurred regarding installation work and system access. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the confined technical space, where noise from equipment and ongoing broadcast operations masked any disturbance. What followed was not immediately visible to anyone outside that room, as the station continued to transmit without interruption, creating the impression that everything was functioning normally. Keller used his familiarity with the building layout to move Aaron from the immediate area, utilizing service corridors that bypassed main workspaces and reduced the likelihood of detection. The absence of immediate oversight allowed time for further actions before the situation was noticed. It required extended questioning before he disclosed the location where he had taken him, leading investigators to a site outside the city where evidence confirmed the outcome. At trial, the prosecution focused on how the continuity of the broadcast contrasted with the disruption that had occurred behind the scenes, emphasizing that the absence of technical failure delayed the recognition of a much more serious event. Access logs, movement records, and forensic analysis were presented as interconnected elements that together formed a consistent narrative. Brian Keller was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked in broadcasting, the case became a reminder that systems designed to maintain constant output can continue functioning even when human oversight is interrupted, and that the appearance of normal operation does not always reflect what is happening just beyond the range of what is being monitored. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned caregiving into profit, about elderly victims who trusted the wrong person, and about how greed can transform kindness into something deadly. In the quiet neighborhoods of California during the 1980s, Dorothea Puente ran a boarding house that seemed like a blessing for elderly people with nowhere else to go. She advertised rooms for rent, offering meals, medication management, and companionship to those receiving government assistance. She presented herself as a caring landlady who provided affordable housing to society's most vulnerable. But beneath this charitable facade, Dorothea was systematically taking the lives of her tenants and continuing to cash their government checks long after they had passed away. This is the story of Dorothea Puente, the Death House landlady. Between 1982 and 1988, she ended the lives of at least 9 elderly and disabled tenants at her boarding house in Sacramento, California. She would poison them with medication, bury their bodies in her yard, and continue collecting their Social Security checks by forging their signatures. Her crimes were discovered only when a social worker became suspicious about a missing tenant and insisted police investigate. The excavation of her property revealed a yard filled with bodies and exposed a scheme of financial exploitation and harm. Dorothea Helen Gray was born on January 9, 1929, in Redlands, California. Her childhood was marked by instability and neglect that shaped her into someone who valued money and appearances above all else. Her parents struggled with substance issues and could not provide adequate care for their children. Dorothea spent much of her childhood in foster homes and orphanages, never experiencing stable family life or genuine affection. Growing up in institutions taught Dorothea that survival meant manipulating others and that lying could get her what she needed. She became skilled at presenting herself as respectable and caring while concealing her true nature. She learned to identify what people wanted to hear and became expert at telling them exactly that. As a young woman, Dorothea married multiple times, each marriage ending in divorce or abandonment. She had children, but was not a devoted mother, often leaving them with relatives while she pursued her own interests. She drifted through various jobs and schemes, always looking for easy money and ways to avoid honest work. Dorothea was arrested multiple times during the 1960s and 1970s for forgery, theft, and running illegal operations. She served time in prison, but always returned to criminal activity after release. She was clever enough to avoid lengthy sentences, presenting herself as a reformed woman who had made mistakes but was trying to change. In the early 1980s, Dorothea purchased a large Victorian house at 1426 F Street in Sacramento. She converted it into a boarding house, advertising rooms for elderly and disabled people who receive government assistance. She presented herself as a caring landlady who would provide meals, medication management, and companionship to vulnerable tenants who had nowhere else to go. Her boarders were society's most marginalized individuals. Elderly people with no family, disabled individuals with mental health challenges, people struggling with substance issues trying to survive on small government checks. They were perfect victims because few people would notice or care if they disappeared. Dorothea's method was consistent and calculating. She would accept tenants who received regular government checks, gaining access to their finances by offering to manage their money for them. Once she controlled their income, she would administer drugs to keep them docile or to end their lives. When tenants passed away, she would bury their bodies in the yard and continue cashing their checks, forging their signatures, and telling inquiring social workers that the person had moved away. The boarding house became a burial ground, with bodies buried in the small yard and beneath the house. Neighbors sometimes complained about unpleasant odors, but Dorothea explained them as sewer problems or deceased animals. No one investigated thoroughly enough to discover the truth. Between 1982 and 1988, at least 9 people passed away at Dorothea's boarding house under suspicious circumstances. She collected their government payments for months or years after their passing, accumulating substantial sums. She used the money to maintain her appearance of respectability, dressing well and entertaining guests, projecting the image of a successful businesswoman. Her crimes began unraveling in November 1988 when a social worker named Judy Moise became concerned about a tenant named Alvaro Montoya who had not been seen in weeks. Alvaro was a man with disabilities whose case Judy was monitoring closely. When Dorothea claimed Alvaro had gone to Mexico, Judy did not believe her and contacted police. Detectives obtained permission to search the property. On November 11th, 1988, they began digging in the yard. Within hours, they discovered the first body. Over the following days, they found 7 bodies buried around the property. 2 more were later discovered in nearby locations. The victims were in various states of decomposition, making identification difficult. Dorothea was present during the initial search, but fled before police could arrest her. She traveled to Los Angeles, where she was recognized at a location by someone who had seen news coverage of the investigation. She was arrested on November 17, 1988, and returned to Sacramento to face charges. During her trial in 1993, prosecutors presented evidence that Dorothea had systematically ended tenants' lives to steal their government benefits. Medical examiners testified that victims had passed away from overdoses of prescription medications. Financial records showed Dorothea had forged signatures and cashed checks belonging to deceased tenants for years. Dorothea's defense claimed the tenants had passed away from natural causes related to their age and health conditions, and that she had simply panicked and buried them rather than report the passings. But the prosecution demonstrated that relatively healthy tenants had suddenly passed away shortly after moving in, and that Dorothea had immediately begun forging their signatures. She was convicted of 3 counts on August 26, 1993, though prosecutors believe she had ended at least 9 lives. She was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Throughout the trial, Dorothea maintained her innocence, insisting the passings were natural and she was being wrongly accused. Dorothea Pointe passed away in prison on March 27, 2011, at age 82. She never confessed or showed genuine remorse for her crimes. To the end, she maintained she had been a caring landlady who was misunderstood. Her case revealed how easily vulnerable populations can be victimized by those who recognize that society does not pay close attention to the elderly, disabled, and marginalized. Her victims were people whose disappearances would not trigger immediate investigations, whose lives were considered less valuable by systems that failed to protect them. The boarding house at 1426 F Street became infamous, a symbol of how evil can hide behind a caring facade. The property has changed hands multiple times, with each owner struggling with the stigma of the house's dark history. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing university archivist inside a building filled with records. A disappearance that did not involve highways or remote areas, but instead unfolded within a controlled environment where every entry was logged and every movement was supposed to be accounted for. Yet something still happened in the narrow window between routine and oversight. In the spring of 2018, a large university in upstate New York maintained an extensive archival facility beneath its main library, a climate-controlled space where historical documents, research material, and restricted collections were preserved. Access to this area was limited, requiring authorization and keycard entry, and most activity was carefully recorded. Among those who worked, there was 46-year-old archivist Helen Morris, a specialist responsible for cataloging and maintaining sensitive materials that were not accessible to the general public. Her work often required her to remain in the archive long after the main library had closed, organizing records and preparing materials for academic review. On the evening of April 12th, Helen stayed later than usual to complete a cataloging project involving a recently acquired collection. Her access log showed that she entered the archive at 6:18 p.m. and remained inside as the building gradually emptied above her. By 9:40 p.m., the library had officially closed, and only a small number of authorized staff remained in different parts of the building. Helen continued working, logging several updates into the archival system as she processed documents. Her final recorded entry came at 10:56 p.m., noting the completion of a cataloging segment in one of the restricted storage rooms. After that, there were no further updates. When Helen failed to exit the building that night, no immediate alarm was raised. It was not unusual for her to work late, and sometimes she left without interacting with other staff. It was only the following morning, when she did not respond to emails and missed scheduled meetings, that concern began to grow. A review of building access logs showed something unusual. While her entry into the archive had been recorded, there was no corresponding exit. Campus security was notified, and a search of the archive began. Her workstation was found exactly as she had left it. Documents were arranged neatly. Her computer remained active, and her personal items were still present. There were no signs of disruption in the main workspace. However, when investigators moved deeper into the restricted storage sections, they began to notice details that did not align with routine activity. In one of the narrow aisles between shelving units, forensic technicians identified faint traces of blood along the edge of a storage cabinet and extending slightly onto the floor. The amount was minimal, but enough to indicate that an incident had occurred in that confined space. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to Helen. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on who had access to the archive during that time frame. Access logs revealed that only a limited number of individuals had entered the area after library closing hours. Among them was a research assistant named Daniel Kessler, who had authorization to review certain restricted materials for an academic project. Kessler's access record showed that he entered the archive at 10:32 p.m., less than half an hour before Helen's final log entry. More importantly, his exit was recorded at 11:21 p.m. Helen's was not. When questioned, Kessler stated that he had been reviewing documents in a different section of the archive and had not encountered Helen during his time there. He described his visit as brief and uneventful, consistent with his research needs. However, investigators noted that his timeline overlapped almost exactly with the period in which Helen's activity ceased. Surveillance within the archive was limited due to preservation concerns, but cameras positioned near entry points provided partial coverage. Footage showed Kessler entering the archive at the recorded time and leaving later carrying a backpack that appeared slightly fuller than when he arrived. While this alone did not confirm involvement, it raised questions about what had changed during his visit. A search warrant for Kessler's residence led to the discovery of additional evidence. Among his belongings, investigators found clothing that had been recently cleaned but still contained trace amounts of biological material. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of Helen's blood. Additionally, fibers recovered from his backpack were consistent with materials found within the restricted storage area where the blood traces had been located. During a second interview, detectives presented the evidence in sequence, aligning access logs, forensic findings, and movement within the archive. As the timeline became more defined, Kessler's initial account began to shift. He admitted to being in the same storage section as Helen, stating that an interaction had occurred regarding access to certain materials he was not authorized to handle. Investigators determined that the encounter escalated within the confined space of the archive aisle. The absence of widespread disturbance suggested that the incident was brief but decisive. What followed required knowledge of the facility's layout, including areas with limited oversight and routes that avoided main access points. Kessler used his familiarity with the archive to move Helen from the immediate area and later removed her from the building without triggering standard exit records, exploiting a service access point that was not part of the main logging system. It took additional time before he disclosed where he had taken her, leading investigators to a location outside the campus where evidence confirmed the outcome. At trial, the prosecution focused on the controlled environment of the archive itself, emphasizing how access restrictions and digital records narrowed the field of possibilities. Every entry, every timestamp, and every movement contributed to a structured reconstruction of events that left little room for uncertainty. The defense attempted to challenge the interpretation of the evidence, but the alignment of physical and digital records proved difficult to counter. Daniel Kessler was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For the university, the case exposed how even the most controlled environments rely on the assumption that those with access will follow the rules governing that access. In this situation, it was not the absence of security that defined the event, but the misuse of it, where the same systems designed to protect and record activity ultimately narrowed the truth down to a single path that could not be explained away. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Adelaide, Australia, a man who wore tailored suits, drove luxury cars, and presented himself as a successful financial advisor trusted by retirees, families, and longtime clients who believed he was protecting their savings. His name was Peter Gillespie, and for decades he cultivated an image built on stability, professionalism, and reassurance. He understood numbers, investment portfolios, and the language of financial security. He met clients in well-furnished offices, spoke calmly about long-term growth, and positioned himself as someone who could be relied upon during uncertain economic times. Nothing about his daily routine suggested violence. He lived in a comfortable home with his wife, Mary Gillespie, in the suburb of Dulwich. Their life appeared orderly. They attended social functions. They maintained property. They interacted normally with neighbors. From the outside, there were no visible signs that their marriage had deteriorated into quiet resentment and concealed hostility. Over time, however, Peter's financial dealings began to strain under pressure. Investigators would later uncover that he had misappropriated large sums of money from clients, moving funds in ways that were concealed behind complex transactions. Financial misconduct often begins subtly, justified internally as temporary borrowing or strategic repositioning. But over time, the amounts grow. The pressure to maintain appearances intensifies. The fear of exposure increases. By 2010, Peter Gillespie's financial situation was far more unstable than anyone around him realized. He was under scrutiny from regulators. Questions were emerging about missing funds. The life he had constructed depended entirely on maintaining the illusion of control. On the evening of October 26, 2010, Mary Gillespie was inside their home. Nothing unusual had been reported by neighbors. There were no emergency calls, no visible disturbances. But by the following day, Peter reported that Mary was missing. He told friends and authorities that she had gone for a walk and had not returned. He presented himself as concerned but composed. He explained that she sometimes walked in the area and that perhaps something unexpected had happened. Missing persons investigations often begin with the assumption that voluntary absence is possible. But as hours turned into days, concern intensified. Mary had not accessed her bank accounts. She had not contacted friends. She had not taken personal belongings that would suggest departure. Police began reconstructing the timeline carefully. They examined phone records, financial activity, and surveillance footage in the surrounding neighborhood. Officers searched parks, walking trails, and nearby streets. Search teams combed through areas Mary might have visited, but nothing was found. There were no confirmed sightings, no trace of her clothing, no indication of accident. The absence of evidence began to weigh heavily on investigators. Inside the Gillespie home, forensic specialists conducted a detailed examination. They looked for signs of disturbance, microscopic traces, and inconsistencies. At first glance, the house appeared orderly. But forensic science does not rely on first impressions. Specialists used chemical reagents capable of revealing blood traces invisible to the naked eye. In certain areas of the home, particularly within interior spaces not consistent with a simple fall or minor injury, traces of blood were discovered. The patterns suggested cleanup efforts. Cleaning can remove surface stains, but it cannot eliminate every microscopic particle embedded in flooring and structural material. Investigators also began examining Peter Gillespie's financial records more closely. They discovered that large sums of client money had been diverted. He was facing potential exposure that could destroy his career and reputation. Motive began to form. Financial pressure, combined with the collapse of personal relationships, can create a volatile internal environment. Detectives interviewed friends and acquaintances, learning that the marriage had been strained. Arguments had occurred. Trust had eroded. While none of this proved violence, it established context. Peter maintained his narrative. He stated repeatedly that Mary had left for a walk. He denied any conflict that could have led to harm. He appeared calm during questioning, but investigators noted subtle inconsistencies in his timeline, small discrepancies in his recollection, minor contradictions between his statements and physical evidence. Each inconsistency alone meant little. Together, they formed a pattern. As the investigation progressed, forensic analysis of blood traces confirmed they belonged to Mary Gillespie. The quantity and distribution were inconsistent with a minor injury. Additionally, experts concluded that attempts had been made to clean the affected areas. Investigators now believed Mary had died inside the home. The absence of her body complicated the case, but modern prosecutions no longer require a recovered body when forensic evidence establishes death beyond reasonable doubt. Peter Gillespie was arrested and charged with murder. The trial became a detailed examination of forensic science and financial motive. Prosecutors presented expert testimony explaining blood pattern analysis, cleanup detection methods, and DNA confirmation. They outlined the financial misconduct that had placed Peter under extreme pressure. They demonstrated how his timeline conflicted with objective evidence. The defense argued that the forensic traces were inconclusive and that Mary could have left voluntarily. They emphasized the absence of a body. They challenged interpretations of the evidence. The jury listened carefully to weeks of testimony. They examined photographs of forensic findings. They reviewed financial documents. They evaluated Peter's statements and demeanor. Ultimately, they concluded that the cumulative evidence proved beyond reasonable doubt that Mary Gillespie had been killed inside her home and that Peter Gillespie was responsible. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Mary Gillespie's body has never been found. Despite extensive searches, its location remains unknown. But the forensic evidence within the home, combined with the financial motive and the inconsistencies in Peter's account, established a complete narrative for investigators and the court. The case stands as a reminder that even when someone believes they have concealed the most critical piece of evidence, microscopic traces and patient investigation can reveal the truth. Today, Peter Gillespie remains imprisoned in Australia, his carefully constructed image of financial reliability replaced permanently by the evidence that dismantled it. His case demonstrates how crimes committed within the privacy of a home can still be reconstructed through science, documentation, and methodical investigative work, even when the most obvious evidence is deliberately hidden from view. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a successful lawyer, a carefully built reputation, and a marriage that looked stable from the outside, but was quietly deteriorating behind closed doors. This is the true story of the murder of Dan Markel, a crime that began not with violence, but with resentment, custody battles, and the slow escalation of control. Dan Markel was a respected law professor at Florida State University. He was intelligent, articulate, and deeply committed to his career. He had built a name for himself in academic circles, publishing legal scholarship and teaching with intensity. Colleagues described him as sharp, sometimes opinionated, but dedicated. He married Wendy Adelson, also a lawyer. On paper, they were well matched, educated, ambitious, both successful. They had 2 young sons. To friends, they appeared like a professional couple navigating careers and parenthood. But their marriage was strained. There were personality differences, communication issues. Gradually, resentment took root. After several years, they divorced. The divorce itself was contentious. Dan wanted to remain close to his children in Tallahassee. Wendy, whose family lived in South Florida, wanted to move closer to them. Dan refused to allow relocation. The legal battle that followed was tense and emotional. Emails between them became increasingly hostile. Arguments over custody and travel escalated. Court filings documented frustration on both sides. What had once been a partnership became a series of legal disputes. Wendy's parents, Donna and Harvey Adelson, were deeply involved in her life. They were protective, opinionated. They believed their daughter deserved to live near them with her children. And over time, conversations shifted from frustration to something darker. On July 18, 2014, Dan Markel was shot in his driveway in Tallahassee. It was mid-morning. He had just returned home from the gym. The attack was swift. A vehicle approached. Shots were fired at close range. Neighbors heard the gunfire. Emergency services responded quickly. Dan was transported to the hospital, but he did not survive. The crime scene initially looked like a targeted attack. There were no signs of robbery, no forced entry into the home, nothing random about it. Investigators began reconstructing Dan's life carefully. They looked at professional disputes, academic rivalries, but nothing suggested someone would hire a killer over scholarly disagreements. Then they looked at the divorce, custody battles, heated communication, attempts to relocate the children denied by court order. Police began examining Wendy's extended family. Phone records revealed frequent communication between Donna Adelson and various individuals in the days leading up to the murder. Financial records showed unusual activity. Conversations hinted at desperation over the relocation issue. The investigation expanded beyond Tallahassee. Eventually, detectives identified two men connected to the crime, Sigfrido Garcia and Luis Rivera. Surveillance footage, cell phone tower data, and rental car records placed them in Tallahassee at the time of the murder. The evidence showed they had been hired. But hired by whom? Rivera eventually cooperated with authorities. He described a conspiracy involving intermediaries, including Catherine Magbanua, who had connections to both Garcia and the Adelson family. Over years, arrests unfolded slowly. Garcia was convicted of first-degree murder. Rivera pleaded guilty and testified. Magbanua was eventually convicted after retrial, and then attention returned to the Adelson family. Evidence showed financial transactions consistent with payment. Recorded conversations captured coded language. In one notable call, Donna used phrases that prosecutors argued suggested awareness of the plot. The legal process stretched over years. Appeals, motions, new charges. Eventually, arrests reached deeper into the family. Donna Adelson was charged with conspiracy and murder-related offenses. Court proceedings revealed more detail about the alleged orchestration of the killing. The theory prosecutors presented was clear. Dan's refusal to allow relocation of his children became the central motive. The solution, in their view, was elimination. What makes this case complex is that it was not a crime of sudden rage. It was layered. Phone calls, planning, intermediaries, financial coordination. The courtroom testimony exposed how grievances can harden into justification when reinforced repeatedly within close family circles. Throughout the trials, recordings played for juries revealed tone, frustration, sarcasm, bitterness. Not explosive anger, but sustained resentment. Dan Markle's children grew up without their father. The legal system continued its work long after the initial arrest, carefully untangling the conspiracy. This story unfolds slowly because that is how it happened. There is no single dramatic moment that created it. It was years of conflict, years of what if, years of imagining a different life. And somewhere along the way, the idea of removing a person became less shocking to those involved than continuing the fight. Dan Markel was remembered by colleagues as passionate and intellectually intense. His students described him as demanding but deeply invested in teaching. His life ended in a quiet driveway on an ordinary morning, and the consequences continue to ripple through courtrooms, transcripts, and family histories. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man whose voice was calm, whose manners were polite, and whose life appeared stable to everyone who knew him. He lived in a modest neighborhood in Cleveland, Ohio, where streets were quiet at night, and neighbors rarely expected anything unusual to happen. His name was Anthony Sowell. People who saw him during the day would never have imagined that behind the closed door of his home, he was living a secret life that would eventually become one of the most disturbing criminal cases in the city's history. For years, he existed quietly among ordinary people, maintaining routines, speaking casually, and blending into the background so completely that no one truly saw what he was capable of. Anthony Sowell had served in the United States Marine Corps when he was younger. After leaving the military, he struggled to maintain stability in his life. He moved between jobs, never building a consistent career. Over time, he settled into a small home on Imperial Avenue in Cleveland. The house itself was aging and worn, like many others in the area. The paint was faded. The structure showed signs of neglect. But nothing about it immediately alarmed anyone. It was simply another house on a street filled with similar homes. Neighbors knew him casually. He was quiet. He kept mostly to himself. Occasionally, people saw women entering his house. This did not seem unusual. He spoke politely when spoken to. He did not attract attention. He did not create scenes. He existed in a way that allowed him to remain unnoticed. But beginning in the early 2000s, women in the area began disappearing. Many of these women lived difficult lives. Some struggled with addiction. Some lived on the margins of society. Their disappearances did not always receive immediate, intense investigation. They vanished quietly, and in some cases, their absence was not fully recognized right away. Anthony continued his life normally during this time. He went outside. He walked through the neighborhood. He interacted with people. He maintained the appearance of an ordinary resident. Inside his house, however, reality was very different. In September 2009, a woman managed to escape from Anthony's home. She ran to the police and reported that he had assaulted her and prevented her from leaving. Her report was detailed and urgent. Officers responded quickly. They went to his home to investigate. When they arrived, they immediately noticed a powerful odor. It was not a normal household smell. It was something far worse. Officers entered the house. Inside, they discovered evidence that confirmed their worst fears. Human remains were present inside the home. Further searches revealed multiple victims. The discovery shocked investigators and the entire community. The quiet house on Imperial Avenue, which had existed unnoticed for years, was now the center of a massive investigation. Detectives worked carefully, documenting everything. They searched every room. They searched the basement. They searched hidden areas within the structure. Anthony Sowell was arrested. When questioned, he did not provide a simple explanation. He spoke slowly. He did not immediately confess to everything, but the evidence inside his home was overwhelming. Forensic analysis connected him directly to multiple victims. Investigators reconstructed the timeline of his crimes. They discovered that he had targeted vulnerable women. He invited them into his home. Once inside, he controlled them. He ensured they could not leave. For years, he had managed to maintain his secret by relying on isolation and silence. The trial that followed revealed the full scope of his actions. Prosecutors presented forensic evidence, witness testimony, and detailed investigative findings. The quiet routines he had maintained for years were exposed as a carefully maintained illusion. He was convicted and sentenced to death. What makes this story especially disturbing is how close he lived to others while hiding such a reality. Neighbors later spoke about seeing him regularly, never suspecting what was happening behind his door. The house existed in plain sight. Nothing about it warned people of what it contained. Anthony Sowell had relied on invisibility. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that no one would look closely enough. But eventually, one person escaped. One person spoke, and that was enough to bring everything into the open. He remains imprisoned, his life now defined not by the quiet anonymity he once depended on, but by the truth that investigators uncovered piece by piece, revealing the reality that had been hidden behind an ordinary door on an ordinary street. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story about a man who stepped out of his truck in the middle of the night and was never seen again, a disappearance surrounded by confusion, fragmented phone calls, and a landscape so vast that it seemed to swallow answers whole. This case is unsettling not because of what we know, but because of how close the truth feels without ever becoming solid. It is a story about exhaustion, isolation, and a moment that may have lasted only minutes, but left behind questions that have stretched on for years. This is the true story of Brandon Lawson. Brandon Lawson lived in San Angelo, Texas. He was a young father, engaged to be married, and trying to rebuild stability in his life. He worked long hours in the oil fields, often driving late at night across empty highways and rural backroads. His job was physically demanding, and the schedules were unforgiving. Sleep was inconsistent. Fatigue was normal. Brandon was known as a hard worker, someone who pushed through exhaustion to provide for his children. On the night of August 8th, 2013, Brandon left home after an argument with his fiancée. The disagreement was not unusual or violent. It was the kind of argument that ends with someone needing space. Brandon got into his truck and began driving south toward Bronte, Texas, a quiet rural area surrounded by fields, brush, and long stretches of road with little traffic. Sometime after midnight, Brandon's truck ran out of gas along U.S. Highway 277. He pulled over onto the shoulder. There was no immediate danger. The road was quiet. The night was dark but calm. Brandon called his brother Kyle and asked for help. Kyle agreed to bring gas and began driving toward Brandon's location. While waiting, Brandon made a series of phone calls that would later become some of the most haunting aspects of the case. He called emergency services. The call was confusing, fragmented, and difficult to understand. Brandon sounded distressed. He spoke about being chased. He mentioned bleeding. He said there were people around him, but his words were disorganized. Dispatchers struggled to determine what he was experiencing or where exactly he was. Kyle arrived at the location Brandon had described, but Brandon was no longer visible near the truck. The vehicle was still there. The headlights were on. The doors were open. Kyle called out his brother's name. He searched the roadside. He used his phone flashlight to scan the darkness. There was no response. Kyle called Brandon's phone again. Brandon answered. In the background, Kyle could hear wind and movement. Brandon said he was in a field. He said he could see lights. He said people were chasing him. Kyle told him to stay where he was, that he was nearby, that help was coming. But Brandon did not stay still. The call ended abruptly. Law enforcement arrived and searched the area immediately. They found Brandon's truck abandoned on the side of the road. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no damaged clothing, no footprints that could be clearly followed. The terrain around the highway was rough, filled with tall grass, uneven ground, and scattered brush. At night, visibility would have been extremely limited. Over the following days, search teams expanded the area. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the land. Volunteers combed fields and drainage ditches. But nothing was found. No clothing, no personal items, no physical trace that Brandon had passed through. As time passed, theories began to form. Some believed Brandon had suffered from extreme exhaustion and confusion, possibly exacerbated by substance use earlier in the day. Others believed he may have encountered someone on the road. Some suggested paranoia or hallucinations. Others believed the fear in his voice was real and that he was reacting to something actually happening around him. The emergency call recordings were analyzed repeatedly. Every word was dissected. Audio specialists attempted to clarify what Brandon was saying. Different interpretations emerged. Some believed he was describing an actual attack. Others believed his words reflected panic rather than reality. The lack of visual evidence left every interpretation suspended, unable to fully resolve. What makes this case particularly disturbing is the environment. The area where Brandon disappeared is open, flat, and seemingly impossible to vanish into completely. And yet, years of searching produced nothing. No remains were found. No definitive clues surfaced. It was as if Brandon had moved beyond the edge of visibility and never returned. His family never stopped looking. His brother continued to revisit the area. His parents worked with investigators, private search teams, and independent researchers. They listened to the recordings again and again, hoping to hear something new, hoping for a detail that had been missed. Brandon Lawson was declared legally dead years later, not because answers were found, but because time made hope harder to sustain. Still, his disappearance remains active in the minds of those who study unresolved cases. It stands as a reminder that not every mystery involves secrecy or concealment. Sometimes confusion itself becomes the barrier. This story is unsettling because it happens in motion, because it unfolds through phone calls instead of witnesses, because help was close and yet unreachable, because whatever Brandon experienced that night ended his presence in the world without leaving behind a story that could be fully told. Brandon Lawson did not disappear in silence. He disappeared while reaching out for help, while trying to explain something he may not have fully understood himself. And the space between those words and the darkness beyond the highway is where this story still remains. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished while doing one of the most ordinary things imaginable. A disappearance so quiet and unresolved that it continues to unsettle investigators decades later. This is not a story filled with frantic witnesses or dramatic confrontations. It is a story about routine, trust, and a moment where the world simply failed to notice that someone was slipping away. This is the true story of Asha Degree. Asha Degree was 9 years old and lived in Shelby, North Carolina, with her parents and older brother. She was shy, polite, and deeply attached to her family. She did well in school and followed rules carefully. Her parents described her as cautious, not adventurous, not the type of child who would wander off on her own. She was afraid of the dark. She was afraid of storms. She slept in the same room as her brother, finding comfort in routine and familiarity. On the night of February 13th, 2000, a winter storm passed through the area. The power flickered. Rain fell steadily. Temperatures were low. Inside the Degree home, everything appeared normal. Asha went to bed after watching television with her family. Her parents checked on her before going to sleep. Nothing seemed unusual. Sometime between midnight and early morning, Asha quietly got out of bed. She dressed herself. She packed a small backpack, and she left her home on foot, walking into the cold, rainy darkness alone. No one saw her leave the house. No one heard the door open. When her parents woke later that morning to prepare for work and school, Asha was gone. At first, they believed she might be hiding somewhere in the house. Children sometimes play games like that. But as minutes passed, panic set in. Her backpack was missing. Her coat was gone. The weather outside made the situation immediately alarming. Police were called, and a search began almost instantly. What made the case even more unsettling was that multiple motorists later reported seeing a small child walking along Highway 18 during the early morning hours. Some assumed it was an older teen. Others slowed down, concerned, but hesitated to stop. One driver turned around after realizing how small she appeared. But by the time he returned, she was gone, disappearing into the trees beside the road. Search teams focused on the surrounding woods, fields, and properties. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the area. Volunteers searched tirelessly. But there was no sign of Asha. No clothing. No footprints that could be followed. No clear trail. Days later, a small shed was discovered several hundred yards off the highway. Inside were items believed to belong to Asha, including candy wrappers and a pencil. It appeared that she had sheltered there briefly during the storm. The discovery confirmed that Asha had indeed been walking alone that night. It deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Why would a 9-year-old child, afraid of the dark and storms, leave her home voluntarily in the middle of the night during bad weather? That question became the center of the investigation. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Asha may have been groomed by someone she trusted, someone who convinced her to leave at a specific time. Others believed she may have misunderstood instructions related to a school event. Asha had recently participated in a basketball game where she missed important plays and felt embarrassed. Some wondered if she was trying to prove something to herself. But none of these explanations fully accounted for her fearfulness or the careful planning required to leave unnoticed. Years passed with no definitive answers. Then, in 2001, construction workers found Asha's backpack buried along a roadside more than 20 miles away. It had been double wrapped in plastic. Inside were items that did not belong to her, including a book from her school library that had been checked out by another child. The location and condition of the backpack suggested intentional concealment. The discovery shifted the case firmly toward foul play. Asha had not simply wandered and gotten lost. Someone had interacted with her. Someone had possession of her belongings. Someone had taken deliberate steps to hide evidence. Despite renewed efforts, no suspect was ever conclusively identified. Over the years, tips poured in. Sightings were reported across multiple states. Faces were compared. Leads were chased. Each one ended without resolution. Asha's parents never stopped searching. They kept her bedroom exactly as it was. They celebrated her birthdays. They spoke about her in the present tense for years. refusing to accept that hope should expire. For them, Asha did not vanish into the past. She remained a child who could still come home. What makes this story so deeply unsettling is its contradiction. Asha was not reckless. She was not troubled. She did not seek danger. And yet, she walked willingly into the night, guided by a reason that remains unknown. The danger she encountered did not announce itself. It waited quietly. Asha Degree did not disappear in a city filled with strangers. She vanished from a small town, from a loving home, from a life defined by safety and routine. Her absence has stretched across decades, leaving behind questions that refuse to settle. This case reminds us that the most frightening mysteries are not always loud or violent. Sometimes they unfold softly while the world sleeps, and by the time morning arrives, someone is already gone. Next story. I'm going to tell you another true story that unfolded quietly over many years. One where nothing appeared urgent, nothing looked violent, and no one believed a crime was happening at all. This is a story about control that hid behind devotion, about loyalty that slowly turned into confinement, and about a woman who disappeared while still living inside her own home. This case is unsettling not because of how it ended, but because of how long it was allowed to continue without interference. This is the true story of Theodore and Jacqueline Wilder. Jacqueline Wilder was intelligent, gentle, and deeply private. She married Theodore Wilder, believing she had found stability and companionship. Theodore presented himself as protective and attentive, someone who valued order and structure. Early in the marriage, he encouraged Jacqueline to rely on him for decisions, finances, and communication with others. It did not feel like control at first. It felt like care. Over time, however, her independence quietly eroded. Theodore discouraged Jacqueline from working outside the home. He insisted he could provide everything they needed. He gradually reduced her contact with friends and family, claiming outside influences caused her stress. If she resisted, he framed it as concern for her mental health. He told her she was fragile, that the world was overwhelming, that he alone understood how to keep her safe. Jacqueline began to doubt herself. As the years passed, Jacqueline's world became smaller. Theodore monitored phone calls. He read mail. He controlled transportation. He explained these actions as protection. If Jacqueline questioned him, he accused her of being ungrateful or unstable. Over time, she stopped questioning altogether. She trusted his version of reality because resisting it felt exhausting and dangerous. Neighbors rarely saw Jacqueline. When they did, she appeared quiet and subdued. Theodore often spoke on her behalf. He explained her absence by saying she was ill, anxious, or preferred privacy. No one pressed further. The explanations sounded reasonable. There were no bruises, no visible signs of abuse, just absence. Inside the home, Jacqueline lived under constant surveillance. Theodore controlled food, sleep schedules, and access to information. He convinced her she could not survive without him, that no one else would believe her, that leaving would destroy her life completely. Psychological confinement replaced physical locks. She was not chained. She was convinced. Years passed this way. Eventually, Jacqueline stopped being seen entirely. Theodore told acquaintances she had moved away for treatment. Later, he claimed she had died from illness. There was no obituary, no funeral, no records. People assumed privacy explained the silence. Life continued. It was only when Theodore attempted to remarry years later that questions resurfaced. Officials asked for documentation regarding Jacqueline's status. Records did not exist. Stories conflicted. Investigators reopened the matter quietly, piecing together timelines and inconsistencies. What they discovered was deeply disturbing. Jacqueline had not left. She had not received treatment. She had not died of natural causes with medical documentation. Evidence suggested that after years of isolation and psychological domination, Jacqueline had died inside the home. Whether through neglect, intentional harm, or deliberate deprivation was difficult to determine. Theodore had ensured there were no witnesses, no paper trail, and no urgency. When authorities searched the property, They found traces that confirmed Jacqueline's presence long after Theodore claimed she was gone. Items hidden, rooms sealed, evidence of confinement rather than care. The home itself told a story of control that had been normalized over decades. Theodore Wilder was arrested and charged with murder and unlawful confinement. During questioning, he remained calm. He spoke as if he had done nothing wrong. He described his actions as necessary, protective, rational. Even then, he framed himself as the only person who had ever truly cared for Jacqueline. At trial, prosecutors focused not on sudden violence, but on slow destruction, on how a person can be erased without ever leaving a room, on how isolation can be used as a weapon, on how fear does not always scream. Sometimes it whispers for years until there is nothing left to hear it. Theodore was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Jacqueline Wilder's story became a cautionary reminder of how abuse can exist without visible wounds, how disappearance does not always involve distance, and how silence, when accepted for too long, can become deadly. This case is chilling because it asks an uncomfortable question. How many lives are shrinking quietly right now, mistaken for privacy, mistaken for choice, mistaken for love? Jacqueline did not vanish suddenly. She faded slowly, inside a marriage that looked stable, inside a home that looked safe, while the world looked away. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who was working to support her family, about a woman who vanished after her shift at a gas station, and about how a case that went unsolved for years was finally cracked when a deathbed confession revealed the horrifying truth. In April 2004, 22-year-old Ashley Pond lived in Oregon City, Oregon, with her mother and younger sister. Ashley was in 8th grade and was known as a quiet girl who loved animals. She had been dealing with some difficult situations at home and at school. On January 9th, 2002, Ashley left her apartment to catch the bus to school. She never made it. Ashley vanished without a trace. Ashley's mother immediately reported her missing. Police began investigating and searched the area around the apartment complex. They interviewed Ashley's friends and family members. They looked into anyone who might have had contact with her. Despite their efforts, there were no solid leads about what had happened to Ashley. The case was baffling because Ashley had simply disappeared in broad daylight. 2 months later, another girl from the same apartment complex went missing. 13-year-old Miranda Gaddis was also in 8th grade and knew Ashley. On March 8, 2002, Miranda left her apartment to catch the school bus. Like Ashley, she never arrived at school. Miranda had vanished from the exact same location where Ashley had disappeared just 2 months earlier. The community was terrified. 2 young girls had disappeared from the same apartment complex in a matter of weeks. Parents were afraid to let their children walk to the bus stop. Police intensified their investigation and brought in FBI agents to help. They organized massive searches of the surrounding area, but there was no sign of either girl. Investigators began looking closely at everyone who lived in the apartment complex. One resident drew particular attention. Ward Weaver was a 40-year-old man who lived there with his children. Both Ashley and Miranda had known Weaver's daughter and had been to his house. Police questioned Weaver multiple times, but he denied knowing anything about the disappearances. Ward Weaver claimed he had last seen both girls when they were at his house visiting his daughter. He said they had left, and he didn't know what happened to them after that. He acted concerned and cooperative with police, but investigators had a bad feeling about Weaver. Something about his story and his behavior didn't seem right. Then in August 2002, one of Weaver's sons contacted police with disturbing information. He told investigators that his father had made suspicious comments about the missing girls. He described strange behavior by his father around the time of the disappearances. He said his father had done concrete work in the backyard and had been very protective of certain areas of the property. Police obtained a search warrant for Ward Weaver's property. On August 24, 2002, investigators began a thorough search of his house and yard. They brought in cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar. The dogs immediately alerted to areas in the backyard where Weaver had recently poured concrete. Police began excavating these areas. Underneath a concrete slab in the backyard, Investigators found human remains. The body was identified through dental records as Miranda Gaddis. She had been deceased since shortly after her disappearance. The discovery was devastating, but at least gave Miranda's family some answers after months of agonizing uncertainty. Police continued searching the property. Inside a storage shed in the backyard, they found a 55-gallon barrel. When they opened it, they discovered human remains inside. The body was identified as Ashley Pond. She had also been deceased since shortly after she disappeared. Both girls had been on Ward Weaver's property the entire time police had been searching for them. The evidence showed that Ward Weaver had attacked and killed both girls. He had hidden their bodies on his property and had lied to police throughout the investigation. He had watched as the community searched desperately for the girls, knowing exactly where they were. His behavior showed a level of cold calculation that horrified everyone. Ward Weaver was arrested and charged with 2 counts of aggravated murder plus additional charges, including abuse of corpses and sexual abuse. The investigation revealed that Weaver had a history of violence. His own father had been convicted of murder in California years earlier. Violence seemed to run in the family. Further investigation uncovered that Ashley had made accusations against Weaver before her disappearance. She had told people that Weaver had assaulted her. This gave Weaver a motive to silence Ashley permanently. When Miranda disappeared 2 months later, investigators believed Weaver had killed her because she knew too much about what happened to Ashley. Ward Weaver's trial was scheduled for 2004. But before the trial could begin, Weaver accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. He was sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. The plea meant the families didn't have to endure a trial, but also meant many details about the murders were never revealed. During his confession, as part of the plea agreement, Weaver admitted to killing both girls. He said he had attacked Ashley first and had hidden her body in the barrel. When Miranda disappeared, he killed her as well and buried her under the concrete. He had continued living in the house with the bodies hidden on his property for months. Ashley Pond and Miranda Gaddis were young girls who should have been going to school and enjoying their teenage years. They should have had the chance to grow up, graduate, and live their lives. Instead, they encountered Ward Weaver, who saw them as victims. He took advantage of their trust and his position as an adult in their community. The case highlighted how predators can hide in plain sight. Weaver had been living in the apartment complex with everyone else. He had acted concerned when the girls disappeared. He had allowed his own children to play in the yard where bodies were buried. His ability to maintain a normal appearance while committing such terrible crimes showed a level of deception that shocked investigators. The families of Ashley and Miranda were devastated by the loss of their daughters. They had spent months hoping the girls would be found alive. Learning that they had been dead since shortly after their disappearances and had been hidden so close by was agonizing. The families took some comfort in finally being able to lay the girls to rest properly. Ward Weaver remains in prison in Oregon, where he will spend the rest of his life. He showed no real remorse for his crimes and never provided a full explanation for why he killed 2 innocent girls. His case serves as a reminder that danger can exist within our own communities and that children are vulnerable to predators who gain their trust through seemingly innocent connections. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teenager who went to a party on New Year's Eve, about a young woman who never made it home, and about how a case that seemed impossible to solve was finally cracked when advances in DNA technology identified a killer who had been hiding for decades. In December 1996, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was living in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She was working a local store and living on her own in a small apartment. Angie was known for her kind personality and her love of animals. She had her whole life ahead of her and was making plans for her future. On June 13th, 1996, Angie didn't show up for work at the store where she was employed. Her coworkers became concerned because Angie was reliable and always called if she couldn't make it. When she didn't answer her phone, her manager asked police to check on her. Officers went to Angie's apartment and made a horrific discovery. Angie had been attacked and murdered in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a brutal assault. She had been stabbed repeatedly, and her body had been left in the apartment. The violence of the attack shocked the small community of Idaho Falls. Police immediately began investigating who could have committed such a terrible crime. Investigators collected DNA evidence from the crime scene. In 1996, DNA technology was still relatively new, but was becoming more useful in solving crimes. The DNA found at the scene was from a male who was not Angie's boyfriend or anyone else known to be in her apartment. Police had genetic evidence from the killer, but no match in any database. The investigation focused on anyone who knew Angie or had been in her apartment. Police interviewed friends, coworkers, neighbors, and acquaintances. They looked for anyone who might have had a motive or opportunity. Despite extensive interviews and investigation, police couldn't identify a solid suspect. The case was going cold. Then police focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who knew some of Angie's friends. After hours of interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's murder. He said he had been at the apartment with other people when Angie was attacked. His confession included details that seemed to match the crime scene. Christopher was arrested and charged with murder. But there were major problems with Christopher's confession. The details kept changing with each telling. He would say something happened one way, then change the story when police told him that didn't match the evidence. Most importantly, his DNA did not match the DNA found at the crime scene. Despite this, prosecutors moved forward with charging him. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years before parole. The conviction was based almost entirely on his confession. The DNA evidence that didn't match him was explained away by prosecutors who said other people must have been involved. Christopher maintained that his confession had been coerced and that he was innocent. For 20 years, Christopher Tapp sat in prison for a murder he insisted he didn't commit. His family believed he was innocent. Advocacy groups that worked on wrongful convictions took up his case. They pointed to the DNA evidence that clearly showed someone else had been at the crime scene. They argued that Christopher's confession had been false and coerced. Angie's mother, Carol Dodge, also came to believe that Christopher was innocent. She reviewed the evidence and the interrogation tapes. She saw how police had fed Christopher information and how his story had changed based on what they told him. Carol wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. In 2017, advances in DNA technology and the development of genealogical databases offered new hope. Investigators decided to use genetic genealogy to identify the person whose DNA had been found at Angie's murder scene. They uploaded the DNA profile to public genealogy databases and began building family trees. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips. Drips had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's murder. In fact, he had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In May 2019, police arrested Brian Drips and charged him with murder and assault. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed. He admitted that he had gone to Angie's apartment and attacked her. He said he had acted alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips had committed the crime by himself and had lived freely for 23 years while Christopher was wrongly imprisoned. Christopher Tapp was released from prison in 2017 after serving 20 years. The charges against him were eventually dropped completely. He was exonerated and received compensation for his wrongful conviction. But nothing could give back the 20 years he had lost. He had been a teenager when he was arrested and was now a middle-aged man. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to murder and assault. He was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars for killing Angie Dodge. His confession provided some closure for Angie's family, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the injustice of the wrong person being convicted. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was taken. She had been working hard and living independently. She had dreams and plans for her future. She deserved to continue living and pursuing those dreams. Instead, she encountered Brian Drips, who lived in her building and saw her as a victim. The case became a landmark example of wrongful conviction and how false confessions can lead to injustice. Christopher Tapp's interrogation tapes are now used in training to show how coercive techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. The case showed the importance of DNA evidence and how it should never be ignored when it doesn't match the suspect. Carol Dodge, Angie's mother, became an advocate for both her daughter and for Christopher Tapp. Her willingness to admit that the wrong person had been convicted, even though it meant acknowledging the case wasn't truly solved, showed remarkable integrity. She wanted real justice, not just someone to blame. Her advocacy helped free an innocent man and eventually catch the real killer. The Angie Dodge case demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and correcting wrongful convictions. It showed that even decades after a crime, new technology can reveal the truth. And it proved that the justice system, while imperfect, can sometimes correct its mistakes when people are willing to admit errors and pursue the truth regardless of where it leads. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a family man who seemed to be grieving the loss of his wife and children, about a house fire that took 3 lives, and about how investigators discovered that the tragedy was actually a carefully planned triple elimination designed to look like an accident. In February 2008, Bill Porter lived in a comfortable home in Bakersfield, California with his wife Donna and their 2 young children. Bill worked as a commodities trader, and the family appeared to live a normal middle-class life. But beneath the surface, Bill was drowning in debt and having an affair with a woman he worked with. On February 16, 2008, neighbors called 911 reporting that the Porter house was on fire. When firefighters arrived, they found the home engulfed in flames. They managed to get the fire under control and entered the house to search for anyone inside. What they found was devastating. Donna Porter, age 40, was found dead in the master bedroom. The couple's 2 children, 6-year-old Brandon and 3-year-old Bryn, were found dead in their bedrooms. All 3 had died from smoke inhalation. Bill Porter was not home at the time of the fire. He told investigators he had left early that morning to go to the gym and had come back to find his house on fire and his family gone. Initially, the fire appeared to be a tragic accident. Fire investigators determined that it had started in the garage, possibly from an electrical problem or some other accidental cause. The community rallied around Bill Porter, offering sympathy and support as he grieved the loss of his entire family. Bill played the role of devastated husband and father, appearing at memorials and accepting condolences. But fire investigators weren't completely satisfied with the accidental fire theory. Something about the burn patterns and the way the fire had spread seemed unusual. They continued analyzing the evidence and consulting with experts. As they dug deeper, they began to suspect that the fire had been intentionally set. Detectives also started looking into Bill Porter's background and discovered troubling information. Bill was having an affair with a co-worker and had been for some time. He and Donna had been having serious marital problems. Most significantly, Bill was in severe financial trouble. He had lost huge amounts of money through bad investments and was facing potential bankruptcy. Investigators discovered that Bill had taken out large life insurance policies on Donna and the children shortly before the fire. If their deaths were ruled accidental, Bill stood to collect over $1 million in insurance money. The combination of the affair, the financial problems, and the insurance policies gave Bill a clear motive. As the investigation intensified, fire experts determined that accelerants had been used to start and spread the fire. The fire had not been an accident, but had been deliberately set in multiple locations throughout the house to ensure it would spread quickly. The person who set the fire had wanted to make sure the house burned fast, giving the victims no chance to escape. Even more disturbing, the autopsy results revealed something horrifying. Donna and the 2 children had not simply died from smoke inhalation as initially thought. They had been given fatal doses of sleeping medication before the fire started. Bill had drugged his wife and children to make sure they would be unconscious when the fire started, ensuring they wouldn't wake up and escape. Bill Porter was arrested in March 2008 and charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life and arson. The evidence against him was overwhelming. He had purchased the sleeping medication. He had taken out the insurance policies. He had set the fire using accelerants. And he had the motive, getting rid of his family to collect insurance money and be free to continue his affair. Bill's trial began in 2009. The prosecution presented the forensic evidence showing the fire had been deliberately set, the toxicology reports showing the victims had been drugged, and the financial evidence showing Bill's desperate need for money. They also presented testimony from Bill's mistress, who said Bill had talked about wanting to be free of his marriage. The defense tried to argue that Bill had been framed or that someone else might have set the fire. They suggested that perhaps Donna had been depressed and had taken her own life along with the children, though this theory made no sense given the evidence of arson and premeditation. The defense couldn't adequately explain the insurance policies, the accelerants, or the sleeping medication. In November 2009, Bill Porter was found guilty on all counts. The jury deliberated for just a few hours before reaching their verdict. Bill showed little emotion as the verdict was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. He was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison in California. During the sentencing phase, Donna's family gave emotional victim impact statements. They described Donna as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. Brandon had been a first grader who loved baseball. Bryn had been a joyful 3-year-old who was excited about everything. The family talked about the unimaginable pain of losing all 3 of them at once and the horror of learning they had been taken by Bill. The case highlighted how someone can hide murderous intentions behind a mask of normalcy. Bill Porter had seemed like a regular father and husband to neighbors and acquaintances. No one suspected that he was capable of drugging his own children and setting his house on fire with his family inside. The financial pressure in the affair had pushed him to commit the unthinkable. Bill Porter remains on death row in California, where he has been for over 15 years. California has not executed anyone since 2006, and Bill will likely spend the rest of his life in prison regardless of his death sentence. He has maintained his innocence in interviews, claiming he was wrongly convicted, but the evidence against him remains overwhelming. Donna, Brandon, and Bryn Porter should have had many more years together as a family. The children should have grown up, gone to school, made friends, and had all the experiences of childhood. Donna should have watched her children grow and should have had the chance to leave an unhappy marriage and build a new life. Instead, all 3 were taken by someone who saw them as obstacles to his desires rather than as human beings he was supposed to love and protect. The case serves as a reminder that financial desperation and selfish desires can drive people to commit horrific acts against their own families, and that sometimes the person you trust most is actually the greatest danger. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved school principal who was devoted to his community, about a wife who called 911 reporting an intruder, and about how investigators discovered that a respected educator had been living a secret life of financial fraud that led him to commit an unthinkable crime on New Year's Day. In January 2011, Betty Nummer was an 89-year-old woman living in North Carolina when she was charged with soliciting the ending of her 4th husband decades earlier. Actually, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. On January 1st, 2011, police in Cobb County, Georgia responded to a 911 call from a frantic woman reporting a home invasion. When officers arrived at the upscale home, they found 47-year-old Diane McIver shot in the back. She was rushed to the hospital but died from her injuries. Her husband, Claude Tex McIver, a prominent Atlanta attorney, told police that a terrible accident had occurred. According to Tex's account, he and Diane had been riding in the back seat of their SUV while a family friend drove them home from their farm. Tex said he had dozed off while holding his handgun for protection because they were driving through what he considered a dangerous neighborhood. He claimed the gun accidentally discharged when the vehicle hit a bump, and the bullet struck Diane in the back, passing through the seat. The story seemed tragic, but plausible at first. Tex appeared devastated by his wife's death. Diane had been a successful businesswoman who was president of a marketing company, and the couple had been married for several years. They were well known in Atlanta social circles and seemed to have a strong relationship. The shooting was initially treated as a terrible accident. But as investigators examined the evidence more closely, questions began to emerge. The trajectory of the bullet and the position where Diane was sitting didn't quite match Tex's account of an accidental discharge. Detectives also learned that the couple's finances were not as healthy as they appeared. Tex had been having serious money problems and had been borrowing large amounts from Diane to cover his expenses and debts. Investigators discovered that Tex stood to inherit a substantial amount of money from Diane's estate if she died. Diane had significant assets, including property and business interests worth millions of dollars. Tex was the beneficiary of her estate, and her death would solve all his financial problems. The supposed accident was beginning to look like something more deliberate. Police also learned that Tex had waited a surprisingly long time to call 911 after Diane was shot. Instead of immediately calling for help, he had the driver take them to a hospital that was farther away than other closer emergency rooms. The delay and the choice of hospital raised questions about whether Tex had been trying to ensure Diane wouldn't survive or had been stalling for some reason. In September 2016, nearly 2 years after Diane's death, Tex McIver was arrested and charged with felony murder and other crimes related to Diane's shooting. Prosecutors argued that Tex had deliberately shot his wife to inherit her money and solve his financial crisis. They believed the accident story was a cover-up for a calculated killing. Tex's trial began in March 2018 and attracted significant media attention in Atlanta. The prosecution presented evidence about Tex's financial problems and his motive to inherit Diane's wealth. They brought in ballistics experts who testified that the shooting could not have happened the way Tex described. They presented testimony from the driver who had been in the vehicle that night, who described Tex's behavior as suspicious. The defense maintained that the shooting was a tragic accident. They argued that Tex had been holding the gun for protection and had dozed off, and the weapon had accidentally fired when the SUV hit a bump. They portrayed Tex as a grieving widower who was being prosecuted for an unfortunate accident. They emphasized Tex and Diane's apparently loving relationship and suggested that Tex had no reason to harm his wife. However, prosecutors presented evidence that contradicted the image of a happy marriage. They showed that Tex had been controlling Diane's finances and had been pressuring her to change her will. They presented testimony that Tex had been concerned about Diane potentially divorcing him, which would have cut off his access to her money. Text messages and emails showed tension in the relationship that Tex had not disclosed. The trial revealed that after Diane's death, Tex had acted quickly to access her assets. He had made financial moves that suggested he had been planning for her death and knew exactly what he wanted to do with her money once she was gone. This behavior was inconsistent with someone who had just lost his wife in a tragic accident. In April 2018, after deliberating for several days, the jury found Tex McIver guilty of felony murder, meaning they believed he had killed Diane while committing another felony, though they didn't find him guilty of malice murder, which would have required proof that he had specifically intended to kill her. He was also convicted of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and influencing witnesses. The judge sentenced Tex McIver to life in prison. Because of the felony murder conviction, he would be eligible for parole after 30 years, which meant he would be in his 90s before he could potentially be released. Tex maintained his innocence throughout the proceedings and continued to insist the shooting had been an accident. Diane McIver's family and friends were relieved by the conviction, though nothing could bring Diane back. They described Diane as a successful, generous woman who had worked hard to build her business and her life. They believed Tex had taken advantage of Diane's trust and success, and when he found himself in financial trouble, he had decided to solve his problems by ending her life and inheriting her wealth. The case highlighted how financial motives can drive people to commit terrible crimes against those closest to them. Tex McIver had been a respected attorney with a good reputation, but behind that respectable facade, he was drowning in debt and saw his wife's death as a solution to his problems. Rather than be honest about his financial situation or accept the consequences of his poor decisions, he chose to take Diane's life. Tex McIver remains in prison, serving his life sentence. He has filed appeals arguing that his trial was unfair and that the conviction should be overturned, but so far those appeals have been unsuccessful. Diane McIver's memory lives on through the business she built and the people whose lives she touched during her 64 years. She deserved to enjoy the success she had earned and to live out her life on her own terms. But instead, her life was cut short by someone who valued money more than the woman who had supported him for years. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective, a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where, or was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John, or the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that Orr had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John Orr was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John Orr revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beautiful college student who vanished during spring break, about a young man whose lies unraveled on national television, and about how a vacation paradise became the setting for a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. In May 2005, 18-year-old Natalie Holloway traveled to Aruba with over 100 classmates from Mountain Brook High School in Alabama to celebrate their graduation. It was supposed to be a carefree week of fun in the sun before they all headed off to college. Natalie was an honor student with a full scholarship to the University of Alabama. She had her whole future ahead of her. But on the last night of the trip, she disappeared without a trace. On May 30th, 2005, Natalie and her friends went to Carlos and Charlie's, a popular bar and restaurant in Oranjestad, the capital of Aruba. Witnesses saw Natalie drinking and dancing with friends. Around 1:30 in the morning, as her classmates were preparing to return to their hotel, several people saw Natalie leave the bar with 3 local young men. She got into a car with them and drove away. That was the last confirmed sighting of Natalie Holloway. The 3 men were Joran van der Sloot, a 17-year-old Dutch student living in Aruba, and brothers Deepak and Satish Kalpo. Joran was the son of a lawyer and judicial official on the island. He had met Natalie at a casino earlier in the week and had been spending time with her and her friends. The Kalpo brothers were friends of Joran who had agreed to give them a ride that night. When Natalie didn't show up for her flight home the next morning, her friends immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her. She was responsible and organized. She wouldn't just miss her flight. They contacted hotel staff and local police, and a search began. But precious hours had already been lost. Natalie's mother, Beth Holloway, flew to Aruba as soon as she heard her daughter was missing. She began her own investigation, going to bars and hotels, showing Natalie's photo, and desperately searching for any information. The Aruban police investigation moved slowly, and Beth felt they weren't taking the case seriously enough. The frustration and anguish of not knowing what happened to her daughter was unbearable. Within days, police identified Joran van der Sloot and the Kalpoe brothers as the last people seen with Natalie. The three young men were brought in for questioning, and their stories immediately raised red flags. They claimed they had dropped Natalie off at her hotel around 2 in the morning and watched her walk toward the lobby. But hotel security footage showed no sign of Natalie returning that night. When confronted with this inconsistency, the three changed their story. Now they said they had actually dropped Natalie off at a different location near some fishermen's huts on the beach. They claimed she wanted to see sharks and insisted on getting out there. This story seemed even less believable. Why would an intoxicated teenage girl want to go to a dark beach alone at 2 in the morning? As the investigation continued, the stories kept changing. Joran would later claim he and Natalie had gone to the beach, that they had fooled around, but that she was alive when he left her there. He said he called Deepak to pick him up and left Natalie on the beach. But physical evidence didn't support this version either. The three suspects were arrested and released multiple times over the following months. Each time, investigators hoped to break through their lies and find out what really happened to Natalie. But without her body and without any witnesses to what occurred after she left the bar, building a case was extremely difficult. The case became an international media sensation. News crews descended on Aruba. Nancy Grace and other television personalities covered the story extensively. Natalie's face was everywhere. Her family appeared on every major news program, pleading for information and criticizing the Aruban investigation. The attention put enormous pressure on Aruban authorities. Massive searches were conducted across the island. Volunteers combed beaches, searched landfills, and investigated abandoned buildings. Dutch Marines brought in specialized equipment to search underwater areas. The FBI sent agents to assist. Despite all these efforts, no trace of Natalie was found. No body, no clothing, no evidence of what happened to her after she got in that car. Joran van der Sloot became the focus of intense scrutiny. His behavior was suspicious and his lies were constant. He seemed to enjoy the media attention, giving interviews where he would hint at knowing more than he was saying. He appeared on television with his lawyer, smirking and seeming unconcerned about a missing girl. His attitude enraged people following the case. In 2007, a hidden camera investigation by Dutch television captured Joran apparently confessing to being involved in Natalie's death. He claimed she had convulsions on the beach and died, and that he had called a friend to help dispose of her body in the ocean. But Joran later claimed he was lying to impress the person he was talking to, and prosecutors couldn't use the recording as evidence because of how it was obtained. Years passed with no resolution. In 2012, Natalie was legally declared dead, but her body has never been found. Her family never got the closure of being able to lay her to rest. They never got definitive answers about what happened to her that night in Aruba. The case took a disturbing turn in 2010 when Joran van der Sloot ended the life of another young woman, 21-year-old Stephanie Flores Ramirez in Peru. Stephanie was found beaten to death in Joran's hotel room in Lima. This happened exactly 5 years to the day after Natalie disappeared. Joran was convicted of taking Stephanie's life and sentenced to 28 years in a Peruvian prison. The Flores case seemed to confirm what many had believed all along, that Joran van der Sloot was capable of violence against young women and had likely been responsible for Natalie's death as well. In 2023, Joran was extradited to the United States to face charges related to extortion. He had attempted to extort money from Natalie's family in exchange for information about what happened to her. As part of a plea deal, Joran finally confessed to ending Natalie's life. He admitted that he and Natalie had been on the beach, that she had rejected his advances, and that he had attacked her in anger. He said he pushed her face into the sand and hit her with a cinder block, then dragged her body into the ocean. He provided these details to prosecutors and Natalie's family as part of his plea agreement. While the confession provided some answers, it brought little comfort to Natalie's family. Beth Holloway had spent 18 years searching for the truth about what happened to her daughter. Learning the horrific details of how Natalie died was devastating, and the fact that Joran showed no genuine remorse made it worse. Natalie Holloway was a bright, beautiful young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She should have come home from that graduation trip and gone to college. Instead, she encountered a dangerous predator who took her life and then lied about it for nearly 2 decades. Her case serves as a tragic reminder of the vulnerability young people face when traveling and the evil that can hide behind a friendly smile. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a 6th grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Billy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Billy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Billy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Billy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Billy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Billy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Villy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Villy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Villy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Villy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Villy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Villy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Villy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession and a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story. It was the evening of October 23, 1980, in the quiet town of Fall River, Massachusetts, when a young nurse named Cheryl McCabe finished her shift at a local hospital and began the short drive home that she had taken countless times before. Cheryl was 29 years old, known among co-workers as responsible, calm, and dedicated to her work. She lived a relatively simple life, balancing long hospital shifts with time spent with friends and family. Nothing about that evening seemed unusual. She left the hospital parking lot shortly after sunset, expecting to arrive home within minutes. When she failed to appear that night, those closest to her initially assumed she had stopped somewhere along the way or perhaps decided to visit a friend. But when the hours passed and no one heard from her, concern quickly turned into alarm. The next morning, Cheryl's car was discovered parked along a quiet stretch of road not far from her normal route home. The vehicle was locked, and from the outside it appeared undisturbed, yet Cheryl was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, investigators found her purse and personal belongings still in place, suggesting that she had not planned to leave voluntarily. The discovery immediately raised serious questions. Police began treating the case as a possible abduction and launched a full investigation to determine what had happened during the short drive between the hospital and her home. Detectives began by reconstructing Cheryl's final movements. Co-workers confirmed that she had completed her shift normally and had not mentioned meeting anyone that evening. Surveillance cameras were rare in 1980, so investigators relied heavily on witness interviews and physical evidence from the car and surrounding area. A few nearby residents reported seeing a vehicle parked along the roadside late that night, but none could provide a clear description. Despite the uncertainty, the information suggested that Cheryl may have been stopped by someone while driving home. The investigation continued for weeks as officers canvassed neighborhoods and questioned anyone who might have had contact with Cheryl. They examined her personal life, friendships, and workplace relationships, searching for possible motives. Yet nothing in her background suggested that she was in danger. She had no known enemies, no involvement in risky activities, and no signs of personal conflict that could explain her disappearance. The case soon became one of the most troubling mysteries in the region. Months later, investigators received a crucial tip about a local man named Daniel Henson, a mechanic who lived within driving distance of the road where Cheryl's car had been found. Henson had a reputation for aggressive behavior and had previously been questioned in connection with harassment complaints. When detectives looked more closely at his background, they discovered that he had been working late the night Cheryl disappeared and had driven along the same route she would have taken home. Although the information was not enough to charge him with a crime, it was enough to place him on the list of primary suspects. Detectives brought Henson in for questioning. During the interview, he claimed that he had been alone that night and had not encountered Cheryl. However, investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his account of where he had been and what he had been doing. His timeline shifted as detectives pressed him for details, raising suspicions that he was concealing something important. At the time, however, the physical evidence available to investigators was limited. Without a body or clear forensic connection to the crime, prosecutors did not yet have enough to bring charges. Years passed as the case remained unresolved. Cheryl's family continued to search for answers, working with investigators and maintaining public awareness about her disappearance. Detectives periodically revisited the evidence, hoping that new information or advances in forensic science might eventually reveal what had happened. In the late 1990s, the case was reopened and re-examined using modern investigative techniques. Forensic specialists reanalyzed physical evidence collected from Cheryl's car, including trace fibers and biological material that earlier investigators had not been able to fully examine. The renewed analysis produced a breakthrough. DNA recovered from inside Cheryl's vehicle matched Daniel Henson, placing him in direct contact with the car on the night she disappeared. When investigators confronted him with the new evidence, his previous denials began to unravel. Under further questioning, he eventually admitted that he had encountered Cheryl while she was driving home that evening. According to his confession, he had approached her vehicle under the pretense of needing help before forcing his way inside. The encounter quickly turned violent, and he abducted her from the roadside. Investigators followed the details of his confession to a remote wooded area outside the city, where he had concealed Cheryl's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of her family and the community that had followed the case for so many years. The evidence collected at the site, combined with the forensic results from the vehicle and Henson's own admissions, provided prosecutors with the case they had long been waiting to build. When the trial began, prosecutors carefully presented the timeline of events from the night Cheryl left the hospital to the moment her car was discovered abandoned along the roadside. They explained how Henson had crossed paths with her during her short drive home and how the encounter escalated into abduction and murder. Forensic experts described the DNA evidence that linked him directly to the crime scene, while investigators detailed the years of work that had gone into solving the case. The defense attempted to challenge the reliability of the confession and the interpretation of the forensic evidence, but the overall weight of the case was overwhelming. The jury heard how Cheryl had simply been driving home from work when she encountered someone who chose to take advantage of that brief moment of vulnerability. After deliberating, they returned a verdict of guilty. Henson was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the community for decades. For Cheryl's family, the conviction provided long-awaited answers, though it could never undo the loss they had endured for so many years. The case became an example of how persistence in investigation and advances in forensic science can eventually uncover the truth, even long after a crime has been committed. Detectives who worked on the case later said that the key to solving it had been the careful preservation of evidence and the refusal to let the investigation fade into obscurity. The story of Cheryl McCabe remains a reminder that many crimes which appear impossible to solve at first can still be resolved through patience, determination, and evolving scientific methods. What began as a simple drive home from work turned into a mystery that lasted nearly 2 decades. But the truth eventually emerged through the combined efforts of investigators, forensic specialists, and a family who never stopped searching for justice.